Started the YouTube stream. Well, now we have. I was like, wow, nobody is talking on YouTube. That's pretty unusual. And we found out why. Professional streamer? Who, me? I don't know who said that. Who said that? Be my trap queen, let her hit the bando. Watch how far the bands go. In love with the money, I ain't never let it go. And I can ride for my baby. I be in the kitchen cooking pies for my baby, yeah, bang. Sword. What else we got in here? Focus. That's a good one. How many fucking Eyes of Baal do I have? How many Eyes of Baal do I need? Okay, so there weren't actually that many foci. What else we got in here? What's taking up all the space in here? Alright, we got a bunch of room now. Similar hot weather there? I do, yes. It is very warm. Very warm in an unpleasant way. In a way, I wish it wasn't warm. Oh, I have so many messages. Only 25 degrees there. It is 86 degrees here right now. Whatever that is. I assume it's like 32 or something. Oh, that's probably 90s. What is it? 30? $32 is 0. So 86 becomes 62. I'm gonna remember how to do this. It's 5/9, that's what it is. Yeah, it's 30 degrees. 30 degrees Celsius here right now. 86 is 54. 54. 86. So, okay. So from our numbers, you go down big, and then you multiply by 5/9. 86 goes down to 54. It's 270. Yeah. Okay. I've got a system now. The system is called basic arithmetic. We've got a foolproof system for being able to figure out how to tell the temperature. It's called doing the math. You add a speed farm version of the build next to push variant on the guide. Can I create an entire additional variant? Could. Is the skill rotation section where I say you could swap out to another step not effective enough? Or what issues are you running into? Also, what guide are we talking about? It would be helpful to So Northern Europe is not really prepared for 40 plus. 40 plus weather, I mean, that's heinous. 100 degree weather here is heinous too. I don't think that gets any less heinous no matter where you're going. Apocalypse Warlock is pretty good. Apocalypse Warlock is very good. Okay, more because I don't think you need the Vanguard glyph too, since everything does immediately around you, so maybe eliminate it instead of there. You need the Vanguard. I guess I'm a little bit confused. So, I guess my question does still stand. Because if I'm not mistaken, so the primary endgame version of the build is using Rampage as mobility, and there isn't a better mobility skill for the build that like doesn't exist. You can also throw on Nether Step if you'd like to, but that's a bit overkill generally, because Rampage is just kind of insane. But if we're talking about a situation where you kill things so quickly that you don't need a multiplier from your Paragon, why would adding another multiplier in your Paragon make it better? I guess I'm trying to figure out which pain point is not currently being answered by the resources which are available for the build as it stands. And maybe swap right here to main mercenary. Can we, before we move on to a completely separate topic, can we finish the current topic? Because at this point, this isn't so much a can you make a speed farm variant on this build. It sounds like you just have critiques of the build and you would like to see it be different. But if you're at that point that you're fine tuning it for yourself, it sounds like you kind of know what you want the build to do, which is not a bad thing. When looking between endgame and push variant, a lot has actually changed. Yep, the push variant should be pretty significantly different than the typical endgame version of the build. The endgame version of the build is supposed to be a good all-rounder. Like, you should not need to change it to do anything that you would like to do on the build. But for pushing, because pushing is a very specific context within which a build needs to perform, it will have different considerations and different constraints. Just looking at Paragon board, Mercenary, and other differences between them. Do for a speed farm when wearing a mythic seal. What would you do? You just use Nether Step instead of Rampage. Like, you can see me currently, I'm just using Nether Step. That's really it. I can like make that more clear. Or speed farming with a for speed farming after getting your diamond mine. Diamond mine can swap rampage, nether step. Nether step with extra charge and selected. There you go. For speed farming, after getting your Seal of the Diamond Mine, you can swap Rampage for another step with extra charge and movement speed selected. Your Necro content, but still support. How's the season going for you? Going well, Dia. My Necro content hasn't gone anywhere yet. I just need to make it. Sadly, I'm a mortal human being that only has so many hours in the day. And I have a class that's largely unexplored and my responsibility to cover. Whereas the Necromancer is pretty well understood. You would then use the push Paragon board since it uses ritualism and the endgame one doesn't? No. Why would swapping to Nether Step mean you would add a sigil to the skill rotation? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I'd better understand the question. Okay. I now better understand the question. Yes, if you're at the point that you want to be using the push setup, because you also have the diamond mine, you would swap over to the Paragon setup for that. If you then want to be speed farming on that, the same answer goes, you just put Nether Step on your skill bar. But you understand how I can't make a single speed farm variant that actually would like serve this purpose, because the speed farm variant would need to both assess the situation for pre and post diamond mine. So there, I'm not going to make two speed farm variants, pre and post diamond mine. But the answer is you just put Nether Step on your skill bar. Just looking at stuff? Sure, yeah. Arena Bleed doing much? I think you may be overthinking. I'm sorry. So let me back up and let me remove some energy from myself. In real time, getting like individual differences about a build guide and what I'm doing in game nitpicked moment to moment is just a little bit challenging. So I would like to be less answering individual random off the top of the dome questions about like these little minute differences, because what I put into a build guide and what I do in the game in the moment are not representative of each other. I know that kind of sounds silly, but there is a big difference between what I would do in each moment to like properly totally educate an individual about the best practices for what they should be doing in that moment, and me the human just being lazy. I'm not going to go change my mercenary moment to moment because there is a world where I could be netting very minute differences in efficiency depending on what content I'm doing. I do not need that for me to be successful in these moments. The build guide needs to educate people about how to be successful in the majority of moments and in the situation of pushing on the build, since it is strong enough to be considered a pushing build. Variana serves multiple purposes that are not just the bleed. She is granting us attack speed, which is obviously good in a speed farm scenario. I'm not going to swap her over to the alternative skill set that will 33% of the time net her 5% more increased attack speed, because not only would that not get me up to another breakpoint, but I would also open myself up to confusing myself and messing up by not having the appropriately selected options. I also can't have like 5 armory setups just for one build because I have to play 15 builds. So please never look at what I'm doing in the game as an indicator of either issues or things that should be changed in a build guide, because a build guide is like a complete concept that I've put together based off of my experience to educate the individual who's using it. When I receive questions, it's typically from a person who is like having confusion in piloting the build, and I try to approach answering those questions from that perspective. I also a little bit feel like everything I'm saying kind of doesn't matter. I feel a little bit like you're kind of having a conversation with yourself, and I'm just here trying to answer it. And it's confusing me. But yes, you can always feel free to modify the build guide that you're using on Maxroll to fit the needs that you have identified in your own setup on your character. And that can very often have different optimizations based on what you're attempting to accomplish with it. Thank you very much, MemberBot. Don't know what to do with all your seeds? You mostly just have them. It's just nice to be able to have a thing with no expectation that you're going to have to spend them. It's just nice to accrue something. There's also like nothing really interesting to do with like channel points that isn't just ultimately annoying. What does crit chance do with the build? Mag, are you going to respond to anything that I have said in any meaningful way, shape, or form? Or are we just going to keep talking past each other and get like randomly nitpicked about different things? Which one of these two things is going to occur moving forward? How we doing, Discord cat? Got a bone corpse explosion build to unlock T12. Fuck yeah, brother. Finding the gem grind is mind-numbingly boring. Escalating nightmares help, but I've had rubbish luck so far. I like running escalating dungeons, and you do get like a full grand gem per dungeon at least. Is it particularly interesting? Not really. What does crit chance do for the build? The same thing that it does for every build. It makes you critically strike. It's a pretty powerful tool because critically striking is generally powerful. Already answered your question. Okay. Where's my next biggest power gain? This is not particularly impactful. I would need a lot of strength and whatever. That's 5 damage per. That's nothing. That is nothing. This is 5.1 damage per. So they're both 5 damage per. So I guess we start picking up specialized damage, and then we pick up glyph damage. Okay. How we doing, Dogma? Finally done with the meetings. I am you know, is a person ever really done with the meetings? To see it as the meetings are done with you. That's what I'm saying, you know, it's I feel like the world lets us know when it's done with us being in the meetings. I want to call out your offer for anyone reading chat. No, I don't. I don't. I wasn't going to, and I generally don't like that. Would do a thing if I wanted to do a thing. I don't really like being informed about opportunities for me to do a thing I wasn't going to do myself. I get cagey about stuff. Leveling glyphs boosts damage by much. Does leveling glyphs boost damage? Yes. by much. Depends on what level they are and what level you get them up to. Considering how much stronger you can get, tends to get throttled. It looks pretty dang good. It is. It's just a pretty good build. Did I level up my glyphs? But yeah, leveling your glyphs is a good practice. If I could, I would have all my glyphs at 150. You know when you're in a big group chat and they all start talking, but you're not going to read it? Is that not like the worst? Just the worst end of statement? I also need to keep my keys. Now I have enough. Oh. Group chat firing off the moment somebody is on a break. Oh yeah. Hello, Gregoire. Gregoire, Gregoire, Gregoire. What build is this? This is Blazing Scream. I am farming up nonsense to be able to try out the next build. Would aspect of redirected force gain increased critical strike damage equal to 6% of block chance? Blocking doubles this one for 10 seconds. Just always have its doubling bonus in most situations. I thought about basing the value on block chance, but it lasts for 10 seconds. I think it would be significantly more confusing if somebody put that in and it gave double the value than somebody needing to check whether or not they have blocked. But it also shouldn't just be based off of block chance either, right? Well, it depends on, actually, there's not a single answer to this. It depends on what you're attempting to calculate and what you're attempting to show. If you're trying to make a fully functional simulation of the expected combat scenario the player will put themselves in, you still couldn't successfully do this just by basing it off of block chance. You would have to include a variable which is set to content type and average type of monster and attacks that they do, and you wouldn't be able to create that either. So I think there's an important question for you to answer right now, which is, are you trying to create a fully functional and as close to accurate simulation of the total combat existence, like the total combat scenario structure that exists in the game? Or are you just trying to make it so that a person can flip switches to see how much damage they do? If you're trying to just flip switches to see how much damage a person can do, then you should just put the aspect on and have a flip that says locked or not. But I think as you go deeper and deeper, you're going to start running into the problems with attempting to maintain something like this. And hopefully that doesn't dissuade you from continuing. You just need to have a switch that says effects active, because there's not going to be a way for you to automate it in a meaningful capacity. What game is this? This is called Diablo 4. It's a pretty good game. What was I doing? Oh, I was doing this. Then after this, I have enough resources to make the next build. I'm going to play Lunatic because I haven't played Lunatic. Well, I played Lunatic a little bit when the Eviscerate bug was coming out. But I haven't played just the build Lunatic. I should probably have that under my belt. I should probably play the meta build and cover it. Being the 1.9 million toughness. The 14 million toughness? We get tough on this build. We're big boy toughin' on this build. I have 89,000 maximum life. It's actually on the low end, which is kind of funny. What happened to music? Music. Do more music, please. How much toughness is Necro getting up to? Are you rocking a shield? I think the major issue with Necro is that it doesn't really have, like, multiple sets that it can wear for most builds. If it does, you can net yourself some, like, more DR, but without it, it's pretty tough. So about saving keys, do I put any stock in Wowhead's patch rumors? I can tell you that there are no rumors about what is in the patch. I know that no one knows what's in the patch. If you would like to generally be safe, yeah, don't spend anything at all, because we assume things will change. But nobody at Wowhead has even a vague insight into what might be in the patch. Because I know I know that I don't know what's in the patch. And I also know how Blizzard communicated it and who they communicated it to, because it was to the partners. And it was just, hey, there's a patch coming next week. We've been listening to some of the most common complaints. We would not expect everything to be touched. More news next week, and that is it. There are, and I can't stress this enough, no people who know what is in the patch other than the devs. And there is no inkling based off of what we've been told about it in any way, shape, or form. Damn, I shaved? I did shave. There isn't a data mine? There isn't, because there hasn't been a patch. You can only data mine a patch. What up, Tanaka? Necros are at 5 million toughness. Is this implying? It's not implying. There is a patch coming next week. No implication. That is the truth. Do you only check out builds on max roll? What is the question? Am I playing Solo Self-Found? I am. You can see it right there on the screen. Solo Self-Found with the little hand. For some reason, this is Solo Self-Found. Like we won't hear anything until after the weekend. Oh, I don't know if and when they would release patch notes. I assume they would with the patch release. I assume it's Tuesday a patch will hit and we'll get notes. There's like a non-0% chance that they would release something like today or tomorrow. Do you just play test the builds on Maxroll for Maxroll, or do you also look at Mobalytics? Do I check out my competitors' builds? No. There's a hand for Solo Self-Found? Yeah, so if you look, so if you're ever wondering, right here below the person's minimap always tells you what difficulty and play mode they're in. And for some reason, the symbol for Solo Self-Found, which is right here, is a little hand. People are saving keys and caches and stuff? Yeah. The big takeaway from everything that I just said right now is that I think you're going to continue to see clickbait about absolutely fucking nothing because there's nothing to talk about. And I don't think that the wisdom of, hey, don't spend your resources that you may otherwise find it difficult to find before a patch hits. And we know that there's a patch coming to address, quote unquote, many of the concerns that the community has raised. That probably relates to those things. It's not a silly idea to save your keys and stuff. But that's not like a new kind of wisdom derived from a secret that someone knows. That's just the terminus of the thought experiment. When you go, if patch coming, is there a way to capitalize? The golem build is pretty unique. Ooh, very cool. What's it doing that's so unique? I realized how many Diablo 4 sites with planners there are until you started the project. Oh yeah, there's a few in China that actually just straight up rip off Maxroll's planner to the exact T. A lot of places have been ripping off Maxroll since literally before the game came out. That's what happens. I take it as a compliment. Any big info that you need to know about the season you just started? Not really. I know it's not helpful, but there's not like a thing, like an exact thing to call out. Stacks close to 100% block and uses block synergy for everything. That's cool. I assume the argument is that if it can survive, it can more efficiently do its damage. Yeah, I mean, there's only so many ways that you can show what the game shows in-game. When I say there are, like, copies, I mean the exact format with the same pictures. Like, those things aren't, like, data-driven from the game. They are art from the game. There's also... And I won't call out who, but like something as silly as we put out our first tier list, like for the, you know, season 0, and we had misspelled Infinimist. We had spelt it Infamist, and another site had just copied our tier list word for word, bar for bar, and had also copied our spelling mistake. So for a very long time, there were people who were quoting. They also named the build that they copied from us. So there were people for a long time who were asking me about the Infamist build and why it was different between the two sites, which was very cute. But again, that's what happens. If it's images? Well, all the images are available in the game data. In a crit multiplier that's like 140% for while you're blocking, resolves synergy with block reduces CD, and 54 aspects of blocks you've never used before. We did a lot of block exploration last season, mostly when like Glenn's Anvil was becoming pretty hypey. Actually covered a lot of that in the video I put out at the time. As the wisdom of the Pendulum Lake bestowed upon me, prep for a patch, but do not spend resources you would miss. Yeah. Because it can't use Heavenly? Yeah, basically.
No potions left. Needs more time.
No. Okay. Legendary spoils, unique spoils, ritual, layer keys. Unique spoils, legendary spoils. I guess layer keys. Leaping amalgam. Like, a lot went into making the Astaroth fight, like, different moment to moment, and I do appreciate that. I didn't even, until this moment, realize there were different affixes for what they would do. Oh, buddy. Oh, baby. Ooh. Blech. Oh, I also have put aside whisper caches, I forgot. For my necro. What up, Ost? AC broke? Nope, the ACs are in the other room. Can't really run an air conditioner in your stream room. It gets real loud. And I'm not rich enough to be able to partition that differently. Demonology. Abyss, demonology. Oh, somebody's outside mowing their lawn. They better not be. Get him, Penny. Penny, get him. Get him, Penny. Penny, get him. Get him. Get him. Get him, Penny. Makes it harder for me to go touch the grass, I know. When will they think of the children? Okay, so that's probably enough resources to make stuff work. I want to try the... Where's my best Cage of Madness? Oh, you know what I should do real quick? Bam, ma'am. What is it, beautiful? Beautiful? Hello, Miss Ma'am. But yes, I am hot. Thank you for asking. It is 86 degrees. Or 30 in Europe units. I've opened so many of these. You think a mythic would have popped out of it?
Can't carry anymore.
Right? Like, I don't think that's like a weird expectation. Play Necro? I will, yeah. Yup. Oh, yup. Oh, I'll be playing Necro. Well, am I really gonna play Eviscerate? No, I'm not, and I don't care. Yes, sir, Bob. Yeah, I'm actually almost done with Warlock. I just have a few more builds to test. That's why I'm saving up caches for the Necromancer. Alright, that was fun. Try the Auto Hellion Sting helmet. Yeah, it's just not good. It hits like once per second, no matter how fast you attack or something like that. So it's not particularly good. What are people up to? I'm a rank 21, let's go. 136 is crazy. Oh, all mythic. All mythic with max resource. Oh, well, the other stats aren't great, though. +4 to Archfiend skills? Damn, son. That's pretty cool. Not good for this build, but it's pretty cool. Tibalt's is crazy. Fortified drain rate? Axe? On Sigil of Subversion? What? I like Nagu Prid more often. Sigil of Subversion is crazy. I don't even know if Moonrise is the best. You think it is. But you typically don't need the attack speed. Huh. Huh. What the fuck? Oh, sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess let's go test. Gravewalker's hand cannot be crafted into a charm, but it can be dropped as a charm. That's interesting. Yeah, I won't be able to test that myself for a while. Okay. Do it to an angry lunatic for up to 50 that explodes, dealing command of Fallen's damage increases by every second you're transformed. Mythic Lidless doesn't increase crit damage? I know, right? Sucks. What a silly thing. 11k. Yeah. Okay. I gotta take off this. How are we doing, Sharuda? So it goes from 3593 to like 30k. That's not accurate. Deals command Fallen's damage and increases every second you're transformed. That's just not accurate. Not accurate in the least bit. does 7877. Like 7.2. I also have to run to the bathroom, but let me do this math real quick. 67.2 divided by 7877. Oh, hold on. 67200 divided by 7877 is an 8.5% multiplier. 8.5 times multiplier. This says that you will explode for command Fallen's damage, and it is increased by 100% per second you are transformed. So this is supposed to be a 16x of the total damage, which is not accurate. Unless neither of these numbers make sense. All right. I need to run to the bathroom. But when I come back, I'm going to try to figure this out. I'm going to run out now so we're not interrupted later. Give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. I also need to get some water. Oh, it's very hot. Boys, it's hot. God, I look insane. That's what happens. That's what happens when it's warm. You just look crazy. All right, I'll be right back. What's out there? Why is it so low on the endgame content while so good in push? You want to try it? Why is it so low? So, it should be, hold on. So things that's really good at. It's very good at blaze. It's very good at pushing. Because it's a warlock, it has an average speed at best. It has good bossing kill speed, but because there are builds that can just like one-shot the bosses, killing them in 10 seconds, put you down in B tier. It has average survivability. It actually is a very tanky build, but when things go south, they go south quickly. And because it's a build that actively kills itself, I don't feel comfortable giving it a higher survivability score, even though I have built it very tanky myself. And then I've also given it a very low playability score. So I've given it a, like the second worst playability score that you can have, because you have to aim the skill and learn how to bounce the skill and deal with the burning. So there is super tips. You have a Tybalt's Will unique charm equipped. That would be the only reason why you wouldn't be able to equip them. So basically, what happens is the build is very, very good. It should be in the C tier, and in fact, I'm going to go fix that. I don't handle you. Ma'am, don't flip this over. So, one, it should be in the C tier. I don't handle updating the overall tier lists, but I think that hasn't been reviewed in a little bit. So I'm going to go update that. It's a C tier build. But it's because even though I have solved all the problems of the build and can prove that it's very strong, when we are comparing it up against how easy something like Minions is to play. Minions, you just run forward and you click Agrom and you click Tortured Wretch. It's effectively unkillable even if you fuck it up. We... Stop flipping it over. What's this? What's this? No. Okay. You can't solve every puzzle by flipping it over. Stop flipping it. Good girl. That's a good girl. Stop flipping it over. Flipping it over won't save it. Tried Godslayer Crown yesterday. It was way worse. Well, there you go. Now you know. Hey. Hey. Cut that out. We have... My dog has learned that to overcome the puzzle, you must flip the thing over. Because there are a lot of different toys where that's true. We got her like a maze that you put food in so that they have to like nose around in it. And what she has learned is if she just flips it over, everything that can fall out does. And so she's just trying to flip it over. Your Doom one-shots mobs and elites in T12? That can't be true. So I'm interested to know how your build works. Because, if I'm not mistaken, the way that you're... Penny! Stop. Just stop doing it. It's on solo self-found. What's your in-game? What's it listed under? What rank is it? We can go check it out. But the build is very, very good. But when we have to rate a build for the average person, a tier list is meant to educate the average person in as efficient of a way as possible what they would need to know about a build before they walk into it, which is very difficult to accomplish, obviously. Blazing Scream is a C tier build. And in fact, it is basically in the middle of the C tier. And sadly, when a build requires you to think about how to play it and another build doesn't, that other build gets a higher score. What it comes down to. Is your name here? Third? All right, let's check it out. Because something interesting must be going on. Are you submitting to the tower leaderboard? Can you help me to understand where to find you? Ah, here we go. Oh, gear shown is... Ah, you don't show your gear. Okay. It's going to be difficult for me to understand what's going on, but that's okay. So, can you help me to understand the discrepancy between the statements? Or when you said my Doom one-shots mobs, we meant outside of the pit. Because this looks like Hell Fracture. Yeah, but so like I'm trying to like follow when the monster's health actually decreases. And it appears to be decreasing when you cast Hell Fracture. And the mobs are not. Right. Yeah, I guess I'm just not seeing the Doom. So like, you don't show your gear, right? Are you in game? Would I be able to look at your profile? Doom is 50% of your damage is interesting. Fair work? Okay. And you haven't done a tower run? Hell Fracture is a pretty cool build, yeah. Yeah. The issue is that mathematically speaking, Doom can't be 50% of your damage. It's just not physically possible. I think you have a very strong Hell Fracture build. Everything Scaling Fracture does too. Yeah, except... Yeah. I guess I don't have much to say. Doom is a great synergy. I'm glad it's working for you. I think that's the most powerful piece of evidence that you have, that it just seems to work very well for you. And I'm finding it difficult to see the connective dot, but that does not mean that it isn't there. When I have some more time, because I do have to get to the Necro, maybe we'll come back and we'll try it out too. And we'll see about it. Oh, please let me open this. Please. I just want my drink. I just want my tea. Thank you, tea. You're delicious. Okay. So, I am still confused as to how this is happening. So, our command Fallen does 7,877 damage, right? Oh, this is interesting. Why am I not using this board? Actually. Delete. That's... Why did I do this wrong? Actually, why am I using this board at all? Actually. Why am I using Overmind at all? It should be chaos. So we'll go this way. So it's 1.65 multiplied by 1.225. Oh, no, multiplied by. Yeah, it's all. Okay. Should update a thing? Get rid of all of that. So I can't for the life of me figure out how we get to this damage number. $67.2. 0.2 divided by 16 is 4. How the explosion of fails. Oh, all right. Well, I'm a little bit over trying to figure out that. I just kind of can't. So we're instead going to see how this works. So ranks in this... How is this calculating its damage? It's doing 70% of the damage of my initial cast. Why? Why is that true? Why does it do that? $1,545. 909. That's the same, I believe. So it just does 60% or 70% of your damage. Why? Is this true of all? Skills? No. Oh, hold on. Yeah, okay. So, okay, hold on. Oh, because it's doing the base damage. It's doing this damage. Is that true? So what if I take, so hold on, what if I do 7877 multiplied by 0.7, and I take 67.2 divided by 5513? That's still not enough, but that's closer. Sigil of Summons and Man Fallen. Bug. Sigil of Summons, Hellworm. Here's to summon the base skill. And you selected. So instead of the 347% skill damage. Match rank 15. Yeah. 204%. The base skill. Good. The increased value from RA. What up, Ben? How you doing, boo boo? Oh, well, he's there. Um, uh, okay. So, all right. Your sigil's doing less than 70% of the damage because it's also not including the micro ones. Using the sigil armor is interesting because against a single target, if we assume the mini lunatics won't hit, this is 1 and this is 0.7, then 0.7 getting a 2.17. All right, I need a Google sheet. We need a Google sheet, boys. So if I'm doing 1 and this is doing 0.7 and I have a multi for this equal to this times 2.17, then I end up doing 2.519 equal to this divided by 1.7 is a 48% increase in total damage if we are like cool with the mini lunatics not being part of the equation. Now that being said though, the mini lunatics very often don't hit, right? Like these often don't hit the target. Oh, one of them did. How often does it? Alright, so let's start off fresh. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So 5 out of 20 in an effectively open field. So per attack, we get 1/4 of one of these. So let's write it out. 1/4. Let's just remember that. Let's just remember that's not what I meant to write, but let's just remember that. This is 347. This is equal to this multiplied by 0.7. And then this, and then this. So this is equal to this plus this. But we're also getting this is equal to 102 multiplied by 0.25. This is equal to this plus this plus this. Versus oh, that can't be possible. All right, because it's not this. So this is equal to an effective 46% damage multiplier. Can we outperform an effective 46% damage multiplier on average? Um, and a video. And a video. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 12. Hmm. 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 Yeah, that's a little bit hard to say. Not too sure. Okay. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we go back to, can I beat a 46% effective multiplier? What does Woody recommend? Woody. Yeah, survivability, that makes sense. Excuse me. What would your alternative be? We also need some music. Survivability is the easiest option. I understand Fleshright Carapace, and I really don't hate it. I also don't hate Igram's Schism. This thing's value goes down significantly if you're in an enclosed box. Igram's is just the difference of like a 1.6 versus a 1.7. That's not really good enough. Survivability is just very hard to pass up, but I like it. We can also ask the question of, like, you know, like, here's a question. Sigil of Summons deals increased damage. So, riddle me that, right? So, 1700 and a 2179. So, the difference here would be a multiverse that, right? Like the multi would be a 60%. So if we do the same math where this is equal to, so hold on. So we're here, right? What up, Fenny? So this multiplied by 1.6. Hold on. Versus this alone multiplied by 2.4. I mean, that's just more damage. Is that crazy? How crazy is that? The 13% damage increase, so it becomes a question of how much worse. It's the difference between having willpower on the ring and not, right? But you would probably have willpower on most rings. Because if you're not going to outperform a single affix roll is not going to outperform an effective 16% increase in damage. Unless Dirge of Odium doesn't work. Hold on. Yeah, I guess I need to make sure that fucking Dirge of Odium works. So, where's Dirge? Where's my Dirge? Also, let's put on these. Fuck is my Dirge? There it is. Okay. Also, what about Shard of Varathiel? Now we're asking a lot of interesting questions. So, we do 122-ish. Haha. Hello, sir. Please stop. Thank you. One, 116, 103. Eighty-one 47, 81 47, 81 47. Yeah, okay, so that's maintaining that. So Dirge of Odium is increasing both of them. I'm spinning. Oh. $25 by 18. $25.10. That's not the expected increase. $14.76. Wait. 16, 72, 983. Where was I? Where? What? Where did I get this number? Ah, I'm fucking stupid is where I got the number. So it's a 41% effective multiplier. That's what this is. And then this is a 10% multiplier. Okay, I feel okay. I feel a little bit better. And now that I'm here, okay. 983. Now, what we have to do is take this, multiply this by 1.25. An effective 47% damage multiplier. It's a 14% multiplier. Okay. So the chest is nearly a 50% increase in damage. So I could choose 50% increase in damage, or I can choose 40% damage reduction. Pretty easy choice, right? Then we have Sigil of Summons is nearly a 15% damage multiplier. So would I outperform 15%? Oh, he didn't go for crit chance at all. But you get so much attack speed. Especially with this. Overpower? Why do we care about overpower? I don't think we do care about overpower. I think this is wrong. One, two, three, four, five, 6.63 versus 9. So it's, because I don't think you need overpower, so you can fit a Curse Touch. 25% attack speed. The execute doesn't matter, the dom doesn't matter. Actually closer to a 2. 2, 3 is 6. So it's 6 in an aspect slot. Along with some attack speed. It's like a 6.66. Welcome back. I'm gonna just do some wacky shit and we're gonna figure it out. Okay. I'm gonna do some wacky shit and we're gonna figure it out. I'm gonna use the fucking seal. Which I'm pretty sure is just there to get me demonetized on YouTube when I talk about it. Harbinger is okay. I'm gonna do some wacky shit here. Okay. I also have to look at Health Fracture again. Okay. Let me put all this away. I think I have a clear path forward. I do want to try some weird things here. So I do just need a little bit more gear. Where does Cage of Madness come from again as well? Cage of Madness is Grigwar. Okay, I think my Cage of Madness is fine. Still can't do T12. All my glyphs are 12 and you fixed your items. Okay. Did doing all of that have any positive impact on the build at all? Like, does the build feel better, but you are still struggling? Nothing worked? Maybe you should focus on farming in T11 and upgrading your gear, as well as getting into Diamond Mine and leveling up your charms. Or getting charms with more skill ranks on them, perhaps? If you are running the build, I looked at your build, and if you made the changes I recommended, you're now playing it significantly closer to what I recommend. So the only thing I can imagine is either there is an issue in the skill rotation, or there is just a quality of gear. What build is this? This is Blazing Screen. Sir, please stop moving. Looks overpowered? It is not overpowered. I can say that for certain. But it is very strong. It is one of our stronger builds this season. Doing T12? Yep. That wasn't my minion build, though, for what it's worth. All of the builds I currently have are doing T12 because the gear that I have is at that quality now. These don't randomly turn into ancestrals, right? I don't believe so. No. I think they have a chance to. Malaria boss hit 68 and 30 feet. They get a shield. Is there a mechanic to break that faster? It's just damage. At 66%, they get a shield for a third of their life. And at 33%, they get a shield for 66% of their life. So you just have to be able to do double their damage, double their life. Can I do the minion build in front of you? Can I prove the veracity of my claims? Sure. I can derail what I'm currently doing to do that. I have already proven that veracity, both with like the video guide and also in playing it at the beginning of the season. But, this is Blazing Scream, this is Blazing Scream. Equip.
Can't use that.
Can't equip one of the same rune. I'm loving it.
From creation.
Really need to see it? Okay. I'm doing this thing. Please do recognize that this is a bit of an unreasonable request.
I've got no use for it.
Equip one of the same rune. What are we talking about? Oh, interesting. These pants. I have now used these for a different build. What up, Dragon? How you doing?
Thousands of gems they have.
Say sorry. Thank you for the follow. Equip you, and then what do we got going on in here? Demonology. That's all good. I've been good. Doing well. What do we have in here? Kerr and Lack and Nagu K. Sure. Did any of the rest of this get messed up? And then this should be demon form, which is called malicious. Yes. Malicious.
Ancients watch over.
Then it's not what I wanted.
Used to seek in a sky where stones are concerned. Keep your treasures close.
Still not in A category on max roll in the overall category. How is it not in the A category? I've now explained this like 3 or 4 times today, so I'm going to give you the really short version. The build is significantly stronger than other builds, and I have solved for all of its problems. If you are new to the build and you do not have the recommended gear, as well as if you are not used to playing a build where you actually have to play the build as opposed to just hold down a button, you will have a very bad time both survivability and playability wise. And survivability and playability are pretty drastically reducing the overall score of the build because it just straight up requires you to play the game better. And when we're talking about an overall endgame build tier list, when a barbarian can literally never stop spinning and a rogue can literally never stop spinning and annihilate the entire screen, when you have to be compared against that thing, your build will look worse if it has slightly more limited application and is harder to play. So regardless of how good the build is, compared to how mind-numbingly easy and powerful other classes and other builds are in the game, the Warlock is going to continuously take a hit of playability and speed because other classes have set such an unreasonable expectation as the basis. And why I hate tier lists. Blazing Scream absolutely fucks, and it's an amazingly good build. The rest of the game exists, sadly. So in comparison to it, it's fine. It's a C-tier build in comparison. Yeah, okay. That's just how it be. No problem, Sir MG. I haven't played this build in 19 Paragon points. Sure, those can go there. Why not? Now let me remember how to play the build. Oh, something is missing. Oh, right. There's like a weird bug. Where the other demons don't get spawned very quickly. For the damage. Blazing Scream feels faster and stronger. It doesn't feel faster and stronger, it is faster and stronger. I also haven't updated my gear for this build since day 2, because I stopped playing it on day 2. And the gear that I have on Blazing Scream I have been updating up until very recently. Where you can find the Blazing Scream build? The same place you found my other build, on Maxroll. All my builds are on Maxroll. You can also do exclamation point BS. What's the easy peasy lemon squeezy Rudy Tooty point and shooty one button build? Holy shit, that was a lot. What is the easiest one button build? Probably something on a barbarian. I wouldn't know, to be honest. Found out last night that you can't level with the Blazing Scream build. You can. You just have to use the leveling build version of it. You sure as hell can't put on Destruction Demon and survive. Yeah, I would never recommend taking an endgame build guide and using that to level. You'll have a bad experience most times.
Not ready for that.
So yeah, Minions is pretty good. You want to ride a demon and blow stuff up? You can do that, you just wouldn't run the destruction version of Metamorphosis. But you can still ride a Bodian. If you really want to. Why is there a cursed chest event in here?
Not enough dominance. Not enough dominance.
Yeah, Sir MG, does this prove the veracity of my claims and help you to better understand the build, or what's this? Was this ultimately for nothing? I don't know. And you know what? Whatever the answer is, that's okay. I don't need to know. You know, at the end of the day, sometimes you don't need to know. Hey, if you're natural, you should just go and look. Okay. Yeah, I would, like I said, Whirlwind Barb, probably,
I've got
based off what you're looking for. Fungool.
Good luck, Midlander.
I can't use that.
Unhappy. Thank you very much for the new tier 1, Boo Boo. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Let's equip this. Boop. And put this back to ignition. Hot and fresh out the kitchen. I'm a rolling that back. Hey, thank you very much, man. I'm glad that they helped. So we're gonna do some pretty zany stuff here, boys. We're gonna do some stuff here. I don't know how well it's all gonna work, but I can tell you, it's gonna be zany. Now back to farming the fucking seal. Crystal popping in the church lamagator. We got boom as if the body is gated. I need this song to not be in my head. Desperately. Take it to the room, man. Somebody. I'm gonna take that point out because it's better for your keys to actually do them one at a time, because you might get Belial. Biggest ball of twine in Minnesota. I've never heard this song. I feel like there's so much you don't know about Diablo. Me too. Stop walking in a very slight listing semicircle. You know how hard it is to make my controller do the damage where I want it to go? You piece of garbaggio. Look like Kratos from God of War. Fuck yeah, brother. I'll be honest, I don't think anybody else thinks that, but that's fucking powerful. Thank you. I'm also not this pale. I just have a lot of white light on me right now. Actually, I'm like significantly more tan than my current complexion looks like. Not to the point where you would ever mistake me for a white dude, but like, I have color. I know you're doing your own thing right now, but I wanted to share an idea you had that would be cool if we got work. Yeah, what's up, Reflex? Yeah, it's fucking just Dick Balls Hut. So, we out here, you know what I mean? We just out here. me get that beep beep. Wow, these are a lot of bad sigils. A lot of bad sigils. I like temerity. I don't really think I need a new temerity though. I'm gonna keep running a little experiment real quick. You can't. It doesn't matter. I can't prove this on an auto color correcting camera with two different sources of white light and literal sunlight on me. I can't prove or disprove anything, but I just want y'all to know. I have color. Are more complex than those of its counterparts? Yeah. It's not even close. There's no class that's even like vaguely as complex mechanically as this is. There are other classes that can reach this level of complexity, but it's mostly due to overlapping in ways that you would not expect. But pound for pound, to get a skill to do its maximum output, the Warlock is the most complex class. The skill rotations are the most complex. The things you have to keep in mind are the most complex. Why do most guides not have double affixes on Amulet? Oh, fucking, whoa. Damn. I'm not them. I don't know. Who am I supposed to be discerning this information for? You want to get creative, but you have to genuinely investigate the function of every unique? You do. Yeah. Hard stop, you just do. You have to be into that. That has to excite you. Yeah, Rogue is the one I'm thinking of where I go, for complexity's sake, you can do all this. The big difference, though, is that's what's required to, like, push the highest pit. Most Rogue builds, you walk forward and delete the whole screen. Sirach's Minion Mage Necro. Sirach's Minion Mage Necro. I don't think that's Mama. Is that Mama? One of them does. The Warriors setup does. And probably because he forgot. Do you have any advice for what you'd use for the second one? I have no insight to share right now. I'm very sorry, friend. I haven't gotten to play these builds in this season. And I don't want to sit here and consider the totality of things that you could put up there. I've pinged him, so hopefully he'll have some time. Uh-oh. A random Cage of Madness has dropped. We care about Pelgain. Don't really care about any of these other ones. Alright, I'm not going to hold on to these. He does have one for the warriors, so I would take some inspiration from that. Might be able to lead you there. Be solved if they made one shared slot and just had every character have independent stashes. That would help. I think people misunderstand the fact that you can't actually solve stash space. You think that you can. You can absolutely make it better. You actually can't solve it. Because people fill infinite space with infinite items. No matter what. You would just make a bunch of mules and then fill all of their stuff with stuff. And then you would just move stuff in the shared stash as you would want them. There is no actual solving of stash space. Because people don't actually want a reasonable amount of stash space, they want infinite stash space. But it would certainly help. 41 doesn't work for mages. Oh, rip. RIP to the VIP. But there is no solving stash space. That is like a lie that we perpetuate amongst ourselves. For the purposes of trying to make the argument that it can be simple. But given infinite space, people would fill it. What transmogs are you using for your Warlock? Try to find it, but I can't figure it out which ones they are. This is the Overwatch collab. Current disappointment with Warlock is that after playing a ton of Lunatic last season, that the Warlock's other basic skills struggle to have a place where Command Fallen is not competitive or just significantly better. As in a basic skill build. Because yes, in general, Demonology effects have the most scaling on the class as it stands right now. But I actually don't understand the obsession with all basic skills must be able to be a viable endgame build. And I think they kind of screwed themselves when they started to make that a reality. But that was back when it's like, well, you force us to put points into it, why can't we just build into it? And it's because, like, it is just not true that in most ARPGs, they are always, like, a thing that you can build into. But then they started to, and then they had to keep doing it. And now we're here. And it's just very, very hard to actually make a basic skill that isn't so insanely strong. I don't know. I think it's, like, reasonable for a class to have, like, one basic skill build, and then for the rest of the basic skills to serve a utility. Like, I'm not using Command Fallen on this build, right? Well, actually, Command Fallen is trash for resource gen. It's actually the slowest basic skill that we have. The other basic skills are significantly better for resource gen, but it is the only dominance gen. That is accurate. That's always kind of griped at me. The idea being that it is the demonology skill, so it is the one that generates dominance, because dominance is meant to be an incredibly difficult to get resource, but I still feel like it is too punishingly difficult on a lot of different builds, so you just kind of like don't put demons on. But demons are the majority of our utility, so I find it kind of confusing at a baseline, like, are demons our utility or not? If they are, then it shouldn't be that some builds are just incapable of incorporating them. And it's a warlock, the whole point is that the demons are your resource. But this is kind of like a longer battle I'm participating in trying to create a strong enough argument to paint that picture. Because it's difficult to paint that picture across the board. Have I considered the basic skill that the Sin Metamorphosis gives you? I haven't, mostly because it only triggers once per second, regardless of how fast you're attacking. So it doesn't like double your basic skills, it 1 point freeze your basic skills. And no, I haven't really looked into it. I put on that helmet. Also, like, any basic skill build you're running, you would want to be using a helmet that, like, makes that basic skill do it. And if you're doing that, you should be using that basic skill. So I don't think you're ever just using the Archfiend attack, because you would need to be using a form of Metamorphosis that replaces your skills. And that means that you're only getting the Archfiend skills. So it's like, so I'm not using Eviscerate. But I haven't thought much deeper than that. You have a butcher kill where Doom pops him. Show how strong it is. Sure. I would like to see that. This is currently, wow, actually I have a pretty decent one. Didn't realize that. You just uploaded it? Okay, like to YouTube? Oh, you're auto-attacking with the Doom. Gotcha. That Hell Fracture was also... How much damage to CC damage do you have? Why would him being staggered matter? Also, what soul shards are you using? Oh, you said you're in-game, right? Oh, we can't go see each other. Well, actually, I can like view profile, right? Ash, could you add me on the twisted fragment? Using twisted fragment. Overpower. Valak gives you overpower. Confused why you'd be using this. You don't want to. But you have Valak on your... But you're using Valak. You're explicitly using Valak. You're not clicking Valak? What is your build? I mean this from a pure curiosity standpoint. What do you mean you don't click Valak? It's like the whole reason you have... That's the whole reason why you have Valak. And getting stealth, you just like walk forward a step. Because you get stealth when you have shadow form stacks and you move. It's not an overpower. I mean, it's explicitly an overpower build because the first bit of your soul fragment is that you gain damage from overpower, but like, sure. So like all right, so here's my confusion. It is an overpower build, explicitly, because you get free scaling from overpower and Valak gives you free overpower stacks. But if the statement is, I'm using Twisted Fragment explicitly so that every 50 Wrath I gain an overpower, Valak does that. And this is just better. It's just like strictly better. Because you're not getting volatility. So this is nothing. It's just an overpower generator. And Valak already does that for you. He gets you up to 10 stacks for free. Well, you're not using Hemat Stone, so he gets you up to 7 for free. You get volatility? No, you don't? I'm looking at it? Like, this is not volatile. You're not benefiting from volatility. None of this is volatile. Oh, you can't see it. Like, none of this is volatile. None of this matters. Can I see you in-game? So my BattleNet tag is in the description of the live stream. Hmm. Eh? Jump string's pretty good. Cooldown reduction is also pretty good. Undying? Night Terror is so insane. Night Terror is fucking insane. And what are you're using Harash's Shadow? Are you also, do you have a diamond mine with Sigil of Summoning? Oh, it doesn't show me. Why'd you pass on the +4? The skill ranks is completely irrelevant to the skill. But yes, I'm aware that you can reroll unique powers. That'd be pretty insane if I wasn't right. That'd be pretty bananas. Dear people, please take me very seriously as a guide writer. Also, I have no idea that you can reroll unique powers in the Herodric Cube. Continue to take me very seriously. If I do my math right, because what were my pops for? Basically like 500 billion, which is half of me doing the damage over 4 seconds. Back nearly 3 times per second.
You welcome me when no one else.
Or like 2 times per 2.5. The end of it, 500 billion. I did a trillion. I'm doing 5 billion. The difference in Night Terror. This is Night Terror is 11.7. I mean, also your gear is just fucking cracked, right? But it's 11.7. You also have the high-end roll of Fate. Although you consistently did that amount of damage twice, which was kind of impressive. Oh, this is why the damage is so weird. Yeah, that's why you go from doing 103 here. 33. 30. Yeah, so we're also dealing with Fist of Fate. It's just like, so here's my point. In none of this, I can't stress this enough. None of this is to make you want to change your build. I don't care what you play. That's not at all. I just don't like mysteries, and I like to demystify things. We're dealing with a couple things here. So your Health Fracture just did 900 billion damage, right? Without the monster being staggered. So the Doom doing less than that and like if we look at some of the stuff over here, right? Where it's like, okay, this is Doom, right? Doom just did 3 billion damage. So we're dealing with Fist of Fate here. Hold on. And the Fist of Fate is between 1% and 390% damage. Doom ramps up over pushes. It does 30% more damage, right? It doesn't like, there's not like some kind of like magic number here. It gains 30% damage over 30 seconds. There's also the, because you're using Overmind, right? So this is actually 798 divided by 1.45. So it's more like this. So it's more like 3 divided by. So that's a little bit. How do these numbers make sense? There must be some other CC'd damage thing going on somewhere. I don't know how. Those are roughly like the two ends. Like the two ends of your damage are roughly this 3 billion number and what this would be without CC, which would be about 550 billion number. So if 550 is equal to 390%, just had like a regular multi here. It's like 225 billion. I was calculating at here. Yeah. Really quick paper math. The Doom that you're using here is doing I don't even know how to calculate this. Doesn't matter. That's cool. That's a cool showcase. You can reroll uniques? You can. This is such a fucking absurd item. This is bananas. Alright. I just want to play. Surprised I'm with Undying here. When you're using a basic skill, like, could be using... it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. It matters. That's cool. Now, am I going to do better than this all damage roll? Probably not. We're going to try some just silly stuff here. Let's go down below. When was my last break? About an hour ago, I think. Okay. All right, I'll take another break. I'll take a break. Oh. I'll take a break. We'll get up. We'll stretch. It's for free, my gun. You know what's wild? Not to get gross. This is the amount of underarm hair I've had my entire life. Never gets more than that ever. That's just what I got. That's what I got going on. I'm not a stinky boy. Yeah, I don't know. Because you can't see it. I am, like, from, like, here down, I'm very Italian. From here up, I'm some kind of young Swedish girl. Yo, have a good one, Dogma. All right, I'm going to run ads now so we're not interrupted later because Himbo has bought us ads. When we come back, we're going to be putting together Lunatic build, a build that I haven't played since it was bugged, so I'm very excited to try it. And we'll be right back. Thank you for being here. And we're going to use that. All right. Ash, if you're still in the training dummy room, you said the Doom is hitting for like 100 million. How much is the Hell Fracture hitting for? Just as a curiosity. Yeah, whenever you get a second, obviously. Like, don't go rushing around just to sate my curiosity. Okay. Is there a way to see, like, masterwork? There is not. Those would be very cool. Alright, so this. This is fine. Cage of Madness. Okay. We need a good amulet. Ooh, we have a good amulet. Seed of Horizon. $200 to $230 billion, so Doom is like 50% of your damage. If there's a couple things wrong with that, right? Because Health Fracture will explode multiple times, and they'll leave Health Fractures on the ground. In addition to that, if we're just talking about the Doom that's on the target dealing damage, like per second, you should be casting Health Fracture like 2 to 3 times per second, and the Doom is only applying once a second. Because even if you assume one Doom is 100 billion damage, and you get half of that once per second, that's 150 billion damage. Hell Fracture leaves 3 exploding Hell Fractures on the ground, each one of them doing 200 billion damage. I am positive, if you change nothing else about your build, but only cast Hell Fracture, I am positive you would be clearing faster than randomly swapping over to Doom and clicking that one. These numbers can't... Like, the scaling on Doom is just less than Hell Fracture, and Hell Fracture leaves behind multiple Hell Fractures. So it can't be even like a 10th of your damage, is my argument. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so if you're just getting the Doom that's ticking on the target once per second, it is like... It processes Doom's attack. So it definitely doesn't do that. Like, that is not true. It 0% does Doom's damage every time that you cast Hell Fracture. That's just like not functionally what it does. What does the recast do? The recast makes it target. Wait, which one? The upgrade. Wait, I'm sorry, I'm very confused. When you have the Profane Sentinel upgrade, that takes away its ability to redirect. Oh, this one? It's no longer a recast skill when you use this. It doesn't recast, it just summons a new one. And you can have, I think, up to 5 of them simultaneously. What up, Stray? It's late? This is not late for me, typically. I typically stream until like 7 or 8 p.m. And then, when a season is live, I typically stream until like 10 p.m. It's actually been a fairly short stream because I started stream late, actually. I need rings. I would like to not have to craft them though. Yeah, I would say give it a shot. I can't. Where am I gonna get all my crit chance? Maybe they're onto something with flesh, right? I'm not gonna have enough aspect slots though. Maybe that's okay. Anyone tried the Tortured Wretch Death Saws? Yeah. That's part of the Eviscerate build. They're pretty funny. Eviscerate is fairly strong when you can put it all together. Do I just eschew... My math was with a 1.6, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to be able to cast the sigil a lot because I'm going to be completing sigils very quickly. I'm going to use Tybalts. I do have Mythic Tybalts. Yeah, why not? Fucking Boombats over here. Then I just need the strongest ring that I have that doesn't care about crit chance. No, we kind of still care about crit chance, right? it would be this one. Okay. This is, without question, the weirdest set of gear I've put together. I don't know how it will stay alive. I just actually don't know. That's life. Gonna pick up D4. It's a fun game. Gross Drus, thank you very much for the follow.
Get started. I can't be stopped.
Oh, it's all good, Swift. As long as you have the information. This dude's surviving? How's he surviving? Demon form? How's he moving? It definitely makes you drop demon form, right? Oh, Profane Sentinel is how he's fucking surviving. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, let's do this. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Let's just begin doing it. 20 maximum resource. Insane pull right off the rip. We love that. Cooldown reduction. We like armor if nothing else. We like more armor if nothing else. Maximum resource, we'll take it. Give it one more for good luck. Okay. The ring we've already rolled. This we have to go craft. This we're looking for some life. I'm actually fine with life on that. That's fine. This fucking neither of these. I guess potion capacity is worse. Oh yeah, if this could say command fallen, that would be best. I guess it's gonna say armor. For the booties, I would like to focused reroll defensive. Beautiful. Add mobility. Focused reroll mobility. Focused reroll mobility. Focused reroll mobility. Focused reroll mobility. Ooh, very nice, Stray. That's good enough. Let's add a lot of sockets. Let's craft some skulls. Ooh. Where do you suggest farming gold? I have no Lord of Hatred expansion. Escalating dungeons for gold are very good, and you can farm the PvP zone. The chests.
Here's what remains. From creation, destruction.
Thanks for those escalating keys again. What is the best place to get them? I have no idea. I don't actually even know where these drop from. I'm sorry. I would Google that. I think strong rooms in dungeons, I believe, is the answer to this question. Okay. What am I putting here? It a little bit depends on what I get here. They don't have the expansion. The context is they don't have the expansion, guys. Which ones are D4 PoE are the easiest one to get into? Diablo 4, not even close. Not even vaguely close. Both very good games. Diablo 4 with a bullet. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna go with sadistic.
Welcome to the islands. What do you bring? Thousands of gems in a handful of dust.
Do you think they'll drop the next DLC? Two years from now? I don't know. No idea. Temper. They wanted to do yearly, and I think they realized very quickly that wasn't an option. So 2 years? What is it, shave week? You just have to shave your face sometimes. It's... Most men shave their face every day. At least in the United States. So I think sometimes you just shave. At least, that's my ethos. Sometimes, you just shave. Kind of Lucian was 3 minutes slower. So you can't take a single data point and use that for comparison, because the difference between like one thing to another is actually like fairly large. Crit damage? I guess. But that is an interesting data point. Can I just say, this is my least favorite part of everything. Did you not have a magnificent full beard yesterday? I had facial hair. I didn't really have a beard so much. It was like fairly long for how I typically have it. But yes, I shaved. I shave like once a week or so. I just haven't been shaving because I've been busy. I'm over it. This is hell. Okay. And now we masterwork. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Alright, that one was troll.
That's it for that piece.
Okay. This, and now let's imagine a skill tree. A beautiful skill tree. A skill tree that only I could do. Only I could make this skill tree happen. Nobody else on the planet could figure out a way to make this skill tree work. I want to use 2 different sigils. Is this a normal command fallen build? Yes and no. We're definitely doing some interesting stuff on it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now for Paragon. Yo, thank you, Scourge. Have a good one. Demonologist. Everybody likes Demonologist. We're all big Demonologist fans over here. Demonic Spicules. I definitely want to make sure to get my maximum wrath here. This is Unbound. I don't have a spender. This doesn't count, right? This does not. So I actually, ooh, so it's not Unbound. It is a rare node. Death Aura? Okay, so what are my options here? I don't have Archfiend skills. I do not. So it's just Death Aura. I probably need this survivability anyways. Still be hidden Warlock build that is S tier that people haven't found yet. A secret S tier build? There's always the chance of that, right? Because we cannot have tested every single bugged interaction. But no, I don't think that there is an S tier build that is just nobody clicked the skill yet. But could there be bugged interactions? Absolutely, no question. Okay, so yeah, we went with Death Aura. Yeah. 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 Alright, so I don't feel stupid. I was like, huh, I think this is the only option. And it turns out it was. How do I path out? This way. My dog is barking. I mean, I guess Eliminator, right? Virtualism. Oh, Dominion. Yeah, I'm not gonna reach him regardless. I mean, I could. But I'm not gonna. What's the last one here? Eldritch Sight? Sure. Okay, so we have 17 more points. Is there anywhere else that we want to buff out in particular? Survivability. I do think survivability should be top concern right now. Okay. Unbound is really good there. Yeah, the only issue is that we don't have a spender. But yeah, Unbound is a really, really good node. Can minion build do T10? Yeah, it crushes. Absolutely slaps. Okay, and now Demonology. Demonology with light res. Demonology with poison res. And then last Demonology. And then Demonology with fire res, huge, and Demonology with lightning res. Nice. Alright. Let's try this. I have not run this season, so I don't know what it's gonna look like. Let's try it. What happens when I turn into a little guy? Oh, I didn't want to be a little guy again. Where's everybody going? Oh no. That needs to not do that. Oh, internet? Oh. So the tech that I'm using really only makes sense in a push scenario. Doing Blade and Screaming, you're having a good time? Hell yeah, brother. Velas, thank you very much for the new sub. Welcome on in. Oh, you do keep demon form. So this is where all the movement speed comes from.
Not ready for that. Need more dominance. Need more dominance. Needs need more dominance. Needs
Oh, you know what I'm probably supposed to be doing, actually? No, that doesn't make any sense, actually. Never mind.
needs
Alright, let's try some. Am I liking this build so far? I have run a single pip. So I don't have too much insight just yet. But we'll figure it out.
not ready. Needs needs
Is my stuff like not hitting people because they're in these fucking little things?
needs not ready.
I am like stuck in this bramble. Alright, let's try that one more time without the first enemy being Bramble Boys. From Wrath, regain 2 damage. And now Doom is running 5 minutes faster. A 30% damage multiplier that counts up over 30 seconds. Made you 60% faster. There must be some very interesting bug happening that, for the life of me, I could not suss it. Where did the 30 seconds come from? The damage scaler maxes out at 30%. It stacks up for 30 seconds. And it's a 1.3 multiplier. And it increases 1% damage per 1 second. Second until they've been hexed. Yep. And if you test it, it maxes out at 30% damage multiplier. It does not infinitely scale damage. Plan on pushing anytime soon? What up, Philipek? Thank you for the follow. Do I plan on pushing anytime soon? I had pushed. I got rank 10. But I can't spend my time playing a single build and gearing for it. I have to play multiple builds, so at this point in the season, I can't really push. In comparison, I could probably crack tier 10. But, I have a job, and that job is playing every single Warlock build. And every single Necromancer build. So I got a little bit too cheeky with this, I think. Dog gave you a bad friction burn? Rip. Rip. Rip, rip. You shouldn't have let that happen, do you? So what I came up with is, like, very cute. I don't think it's very goot. Cute, but not goot. Cute, but not cute. So knock them over, rep. Ripper doodle, my dog's bad dog, y'all. Dog's bad. Call the pound. Alright, so this was cute. but not Goot. This one will be Gooter. Now, this person's gear is insane in comparison to mine, right? Which is perfectly fine. Fortified train rate is interesting. Yeah. It's going max resource everywhere, but that's not right. Maybe it is. Let's think about it. Oh, is that your clear? Very impressive, man. Very impressive. I was trying something really cute here, where if you did have 100% uptime on Sigil of Summons, this is actually stronger. It's about 14% stronger than a 60% multi in the same slot, but you just don't have good enough uptime, it feels like. But it was cute. It was a cute idea. I also think that in an enclosed area, the benefit that you get from Hellworm is less, because I think more of the mini lunatics pop on the target. That can't be right. Yeah, chest plus ring is too much. I do like this. Like, sitting there, it's... With rough uptime, it's like a 43, 47% damage increase. Somewhere around there. But the ring is too much, for sure. Yeah, right now my gear just doesn't have the crit chance to support it, so I do like this, but then you're really only talking about in a push because you expect to be fighting inside of the sigil the entire time. It's hard for me to like complain when I have Mythic, Fleshright, Tibalt's, and Seed of Horrors on, but damn would I like a Mythic Dirge. That'd be pretty good, it turns out. So let's look at this. Up to is the Dynamism board. Yeah, I'm running Dynamism. My setup is Demonologist in base board, Demonic Spicules with Death Aura, Dynamism with Vanguard, Eliminator in Fathomless, and I have Dominion with Eldritch Sight. I need a lot more. Also, so one of the issues with the build is that like you can't run Unbound, so you can't get a lot of free Strength and Int. So I like need an all stats roll somewhere, basically. I actually damn, I had this. That doesn't help me. Crap. Yeah. Oh, I don't have Herodric gems, homie. I appreciate that you think that I have Herodric gems, but I do not have time to grind. I'm on my 6th build. I don't get to push. I'm not really trying to push. I'm trying to do the math of what is optimal. So I also just like don't believe this. Overwrite. Getting up to 47 ranks. Rename. Lunatic. You get the 136 done. It's a good clear. Firing? Oh yeah, dude. Could not be me. Okay, so it starts at $136. So it starts at 136. We're going to get up to a total of 47 ranks. So there is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 42. So this is equal to 136 plus. After 35 mythic helms to get cage. Yeah, the that does suck. This is equal to this multiplied by 0.1. Multiplied by this plus this multiplied by 0.15. So that's weird. So why am I getting so much more than that? Okay, so 3 ranks should be 136 plus, call it 14, be 42. There should be 178. So that's wrong. Is it actually increasing it by that much? Okay. So we do. Oh, and hold on. Take this off. Hold on. Boop, 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 boop. Why are we sometimes doing different amounts of damage? $919. So 919 is 80% of the damage. So we're doing that as my base. And then I make it this, which is 136. So I expect 1562. Okay. Okay. So if this is my base, and I do this, this is equal to this multiplied by 2.24. I expect 25. I'm not doing that much. And that is because 136 plus 3 is actually 1442 is actually 178. Yeah, so give or take. Okay. Damage per act. What? From what? Oh. And in reality, yeah, okay. So that's just a bug. The tool tip, let me see actually, hold on. So 136 up to 252, which is inaccurate because it's only supposed to be 4, 136, 4, 14, 40, 56, 180, 190. So the additional 62. Okay. Tooltip for bar A's. Weapon damage coefficient is increased as if you aimed double the skill spec. The true damage of the skill is actually scaling. It's just a tooltip visual. Okay, so that's good to know. So we do this, we equip. So true difference is half this, right? So it's 1299 minus 136 equal to this divided by half. So this is equal to this plus 136. Is that true? No, this should be my true number. Okay, So I am at... If I got rid of 3 skill ranks, it would be down to 44. So it would be -2. And -1. That can't be true. Because it... How is that true? Oh, because I'm fucking stupid is how it's true. No, that's still not... Hold on. There we go. Jesus. Hey, no problem. Thank you very much, Philipek. Thanks for coming and hanging out. A 6% damage difference. Okay. Versus... We're going to average it to 20. Versus... So I have 213. So this would get me a 3.23 versus a 3.1. No, it would be a 3.33. Yeah. Well, they have they have this. So for me it's actually the same resource to skill ranks. But here, two, 3 multiplied by 1.3. So this is the difference of 4.029 divided by 3.769. It's the same. And then what about... And then what about 253 divided by 1.3? and a to 33 multiplied by 1.3. So this becomes a 4.289 divided by a 4.029. Okay. They're basically exact same. If you take into account, I could just like do the math of how much more resource they have than me as a base. 35, 35, right? And I have 26, 25, 35, 10, 9, 19. So they're base at 232 right now. The difference doesn't matter, is what it comes down to. It is negligible at best. And eventually you actually do want skill ranks over the other one. So why is I mean, yes, like this is obviously weaker. And their glyphs are probably maxed out, but like, am I fundamentally missing something huge? I don't think so. Well, that's pretty good. Yeah, Maximum Wrath is pretty good, huh? That one's a pretty good, I would say. If I was a betting man, I'd say that one's a pretty good. Yeah, damage per demon, dominance, cost reduction, duration, that's what I'm running. 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 So it is. This is just like the same setup. Seekers. Sigil of Subversion. Seekers. Oh, you're running this one to pull people in? Sure. Yeah, I just don't like leaving them behind. Kind of the same. Kind of the same outcome. Okay. Then, oh, that's a question. Yeah. Okay. So, we came to the same conclusions. I went for skill ranks. The difference is negligible. Is there anything else to really think about, though? Well, it's the Sigil of Summons ring, but it just turns out that that's, like, non-functional. I'm at 100% attack speed. Well, damn near close. 80, 90. No, actually, I am. I'm at 100%. So I don't think that you need Blood Moon. The movement speed is... eh. Am I... missing anything? Do you need Tybalts? What else would you run? Nothing really, right? Like, I could have Doom here. I could have more maximum resource here. I could have more maximum resource here. This could be a better Masterwork crit. This could be a better Masterwork crit. That's fine. Obviously, my Dirge of Odium is just fine. My Amulet is not great, but I'm not gonna roll it. Ring is fine. Other ring is very good. The multi here doesn't matter really, right? Summon damage first, demon. Malicious, well, malicious kind of matters. Are they using malicious? No, they have Moonrise. What up, Black? How you doing? Why does it remind you of doing your taxes? It's, you know. What up, Bardock? Can't wait to see your Necro build. You're patient. That's probably starting tomorrow, to be honest with you. Let's start with the 125. Really wanted to run this after you helped show the viability? Yeah, no problem, Nutsmage. Thanks for checking it out. Fucking what? I was just in a 130. What just happened? Sometimes, dude.
Not possible.
What is happening? What just happened? Grandfather's stacked up. That's interesting. Grandfather should be like a third of the damage, something like that. Maybe half the damage. Just happened. I was just in a 130. That reprisal? What is happening? Am I cooked? Was I not just like failing to kill monsters in a 130? Was that not just happening? Huge. It's a 130 right there. I'm not even taking damage. Is my stuff like not hitting people because they're in these fucking little things? Hello, God? Why am I getting fucking smashed like paper mache? You have 4 sparks, you don't really know what to do with them. Attempt to craft the item that you need. Oh, yeah. Okay, I can see why that one's more useful. Oh, also, I forgot to click a thing. Oh no, it's up. What a paradox. Actually, your Blaze is being built so far. It's working pretty good. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, it's a really awesome build. I enjoy it a lot. Very proud of that one. Huh. Damn. Sometimes you just like get your shit pushed in. I'm screaming. I think I could very easily just swap over to my survivability chess piece and have a much better time here. What up, Toph? You asked about Necro? Sure. And proc the damage part of Pack the Bone, or do I need to resummon Skeleton Mage at max mage number to kill them? Does Pact of Bones say summon or minion? Because I know there are some weird things about Pact of Bone. Also, it should be like fairly easy to see, right? Because I think you get a little buff when a minion has died. So I do not currently have the damage for a 128. That is what I'm marking. That's me. Okay. So that should not include it, but there's a very good chance that it does. Can you tell me in game when a minion dies, so like when you intentionally kill off a minion, you get a little buff when Pact of Bone is equipped? What up, Cornfed? What's the current highest? On Soul Self found it's 136. No buff on the bar? Okay. That does make it a little bit harder. Dude, the damage output is just cracked. What am I doing back here? Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I can see the vision a little bit. All right, let's try that again. So the other thing that would just be very easy to do, Toffman, is put on nothing but that ring, take off everything else, and then just watch your minions attack, kill off one of your minions and see how much damage it does, and then shoot off an army of the dead and see how much damage that they do. You'd be able to verify it that way as well. I don't know off the top of my head, but this is something that you could fairly simply test in-game in the training dummy room. All right. Let's try this. Oh, my gears broke. I get the fortified drain rate. Yeah. So I have sadistic. I forget if Moonrise is cap 1 or cap 2. What is the question, Thera? What is 135?
Not ready for that. Not ready for that. Needs more time. Not ready for that. Not ready for that. Needs more time. Needs more time.
Oh, this is an orb thief. Why am I fighting an orb thief?
Not ready for that. Needs
I feel like there's an angle you can get where this becomes like more efficient. Just don't know what the angle is. Oh, they were physical resistance. We're still doing pretty good. Oh my god, my guy. Whoa. What? Exit? Hello? Best build for Warlock leaderboard right now with Dirge of Odium. That would be Lunatic, yeah. Dude, this... Oh, yeah, we're gonna get this clear for sure. Here's my man. Closer.
Not ready. Not ready.
Damn, I didn't know single target was this build's worst damage. I guess that makes sense.
Not ready. Needs
Could have done this in the tower for leaderboards. I'm not super interested in getting like a low place on the leaderboard. I just need to see the build do what it does and to put my bona fides behind like it doing it so I can cover it. Does? Well, there you go. And now our wealth of knowledge has increased. You can run the service and sacrifice one, or your skeletons will explode. Okay. Not too bad. The sigil is interesting. Blazing Scream can do that easy, right? I ran a 125 on my Blazing Scream. Lunatic is stronger than Blazing Scream. This is not the minion build, this is the Lunatic build. Have an idea why Blizzard devs took the bubble away at the end of the pit? Fucking spite. I don't know, dude. I hate it. But can a Blazing Scream do 128? Yeah, for sure. My Blazing Scream has no mythics. I'm doing 125. Okay. This is a very interesting build. You're doing pit 100? Hell yeah, brother. That's T12. Okay, let's cover it. Okay. Let's cover it. Alrighty, I finally found some time to make it around and play the meta build for the Warlock, which is notably the Lunatic build. You are spamming a basic core skill, the Command Fallen skill, and you're doing gigatons and trillions of damage, and I figure I should probably put my hands on it now that it's mostly settled where the meta is, and after sitting down theory crafting the build for a while, and then sanity checking against the highest clear that's currently on the leaderboard, and then sanity checking against the highest clear on the Soul Self Found leaderboard, which is currently from Philippek. Actually came through stream. What up, Philippek? Hope you're doing well. Luckily, we had come to some very similar conclusions. Now, I have a very slight difference in how I'm evaluating skill ranks versus maximum resource. And oddly enough, if you go look at their gear, it's significantly better than mine. But let's go ahead and run Pit Tier 128, which I just cleared with this, with 3 minutes left over to spare. Let's talk about the build, because there's a lot of nuance to this build. It's definitely very easy to pick up and play, but I think that especially if you're pushing in the end game, which a lot of people are doing at this point, there's a lot of stuff that you need to know. Not only that, there's actually some really, really interesting tech that you can use on the build based off of its relationship with its utility skills. Enough of the introduction though. Let's go ahead and introduce you to the build. The basic concept of Lunatic is wrapped up in an incredibly strong helmet called Cage of Madness. Now, Cage of Madness has a very funny effect where after you evade, you turn into a mega lunatic. A bunch of little mini lunatics run out of you and they deal damage. It's very much like that chicken witch doctor build in Diablo 3. But this helmet, before you get it into a mythic, increases your damage by more than 400%, meaning more than a 5x multiplier. And if you take any skill and add a 5x multiplier on a helmet, it's probably going to be pretty good. But most notably, since it's also a basic skill, we get to use incredibly powerful options like Pain Gorgers, and most notably, Dirge of Odium. Add on to that fact that we have some new Paragon board. Add on to the fact that we have some revitalized Paragon boards that allow us to get better access to Wrath and better access to Dominance. And what we basically have is a build that is begging you to scale its damage and do the trillions of damage that you're able to suss out here on the screen from my a gajillion projectiles firing out of me every second. Because we are a minion build and a demonology build, we're able to build into a ton of survivability, most notably in Tortured Wretch. Tortured Wretch just absorbs 30% of your maximum life as incoming damage. You can have 5 of these bad boys out simultaneously. I actually have a clip, and I'll just jump to it right here, where rather than move out of the way of the on-ground explosions and the swords of Damocles, I actually just spawned more Tortured Wretches and saw whether or not I'd survive. And luckily enough, I did, or I would have had to have run this pit again. But you have a lot going for this build. You have Permanent Unstoppable. You have the ability to use multiple sigils to be able to cheat out a huge amount of additional damage. And because you don't need nearly this much damage to do anything other than push in the pit, you can actually put on a ton of additional survivability as well as mobility on the build if you're trying to use it as a speed farm variant. Now, I know that Wudijo has the build guide on Maxroll. You're going to see some differences here, and I'm going to send my planner off to him just so that he can get updated on what is the most up-to-date meta for what people are pushing on. So if you see some discrepancies there, don't lose your head. You can use my planner for right now. The build guide still absolutely works, but just take in mind the things that I share with you. So now we have a basic understanding of what the build is supposed to accomplish. Let's go ahead and actually start with the gear, because the gear is going to inform a lot of our skill choices. And I think if you see the gear first, a lot of it will make a lot more sense. Like I said, Cage of Madness. Like I said, Cage of Madness is going to be the air marked unique for this, is the thing that gives you the evade effect. It's the thing that makes your increased movement speed and your ability to dodge around, and the huge damage multiplier. We're using Nagu with Prid to have near permanent uptime on Dark Prison, just like you see right here. The stats on the helmet are actually fairly important. The Command Fallen ranks are powerful, don't eschew these for any reason, but we want to get maximum resource on this as well. And since the version of the build that I'm about to show you doesn't really have any room for survivability, you would like to make sure that you're getting maximum life on every gear piece that you possibly can. You'll see them using Flesh Rick Carapace for my sigil skills to do more damage. Why the hell would I ever possibly do that? Well, this build is able to employ Sigil of Summoning. Sigil of Summoning says that after you spawn enough dead demons in here, you'll get a Hellworm. The Hellworm is going to spit out another lunatic for you. The thing to understand about this Hellworm is that before you take into account other multipliers, the Hellworm does about 60% of the damage of the lunatic that you fire out. And what that means is that since this increases your Sigil skill damage, you're getting a 2.17 times multiplier of 60% of your damage. The long and short is that this comes out to be around a 40 to 47% total increase in damage, and that takes into account the fact that your Mega Lunatic will spit out miniature lunatics, and depending on how tightly you have an enemy packed into a wall, some of those will hit the same target. We're using Cur and K here to be able to generate barrier proactively. This is a really good way to be able to stop the bleed effects that you're constantly taking damage from, or the poison effects on the ground, or the burning effects on the ground, etc. Now, that being said, if you are not trying to pit push at all, you absolutely want to swap over to a survivability focused armor that has Heavenly Strength on it. 40% damage reduction for equipping a two-hander. We're going to be equipping a two-hammer, you know that. So this is just insane. Again, on your chest piece though, you do want to roll more maximum resource. For the gloves, Pain Gorgers. Why? We're a basic skill build. We want our basic skill damage to echo. Now here, the way that we're triggering the effect of a non-basic skill cast is actually purely from your Hellworm and your extra demons that you summon from your activated Soul Shard. So this doesn't have permanent uptime. Your demons will basically have to catch up to you, hit everything, and then you'll get this effect. But at that point, the entire pack will be on top of you, and you'll be continuously doing AoE damage that will trigger this. We're going with Tybalt's Will for a few different things. One, there's really no other damage scaling pair of pants that we could equip here, but most notably, this will also give us 50 primary resource regeneration. That is why we're able to basically maintain our resource almost permanently, and then with the addition of casting Command Fallen, able to keep it up at maximum bonus. Without this equipped, you'll notice that it is significantly harder to keep your wrath up, and you'll have long periods where it isn't at maximum capacity. So Tybalt's Will helps out a ton. We're getting our Unstoppable from having lesser demons around us. These are both from your Agrom spitting out lesser demon babies, and then also from the Command Fallen lesser demons that are running around until they explode. For here, the only stat that is unique to pants is going to be plus ranks to Command Fallen. Other than that, you just want pure survivability. For the boots, this is an easy place to be able to sneak in some Wrath regeneration. This will help, especially if you do not have a Tybalt's and you're trying to do this the old-fashioned way. I've put Sadistic down on my boots. Now, I see the top clear has the Fortified Drain increase. The major reason why people are using that is because it is bugged right now, and the Fortified Gen happens almost immediately. It's like 1,000% per second as opposed to what it's supposed to be. Now, I do think that that might get fixed in the future, but that is obviously a really good survivability option. I'm mostly just surviving off of the Tortured Wretch casts that we have, but it makes sense why they're including that for super high pit peer. But it makes sense why they're using that for super high pit pushes. For you, though, being able to kill effectively 50% more demons per cast means that you're able to get free casts of your greater demon skills more efficiently, and just having this up as often as possible is just straight up a damage increase. Dirge of Odium is why the build looks like the way that it does. A regular Dirge of Odium basically says that for every one wrath that you have, you increase your damage by 1%. My build is currently running 214 Wrath, meaning that this is a 3.14 total times damage multiplier. Now, if you were to get this as a mythic, you get an additional 30% on top of that. So as opposed to the 214, we get another 30%, that's another 60. It would be roughly a 274% or a 3.74 multi. Because of this, though, you add on the fact that you can get maximum resource on both of these gear pieces here. You could technically get it on your amulet, but you really don't want to get it on your amulet. And most notably, you can also get it in your charms. Now, I ran the numbers, and the long and short, comparing skill ranks here versus maximum resource. If you get 3 here, or the average of 20 that you can get on a charm, both of them are roughly a 6% increase in damage. Resource is very slightly better, but because you get so much more of it, it actually drops off a little bit faster than the skill ranks would. So skill ranks are great, maximum resource is great. The skill ranks have a little bit more upside in that they're going to change how much damage your Tortured Wretch will do when it explodes. It will very slightly increase your Command Agrum's damage. It actually doesn't impact Sigil of Summons damage at all. You can ignore that. That's just kind of lying to you. And it technically gives your ranks to Metamorphosis. This also doesn't matter at all, but it's cute that the ranks get up so high. And because we're dipping, and because we're getting so much maximum resource, we also get a huge amount of increase from Seat of Horizon. Now, because of Seat of Horizon, maximum resource becomes even stronger. So if you're only comparing against Dirge of Odium, that doesn't quite do the entire math for you. Seat of Horizon bumps it up closer to somewhere around like an 8 or 9% damage increase per point that you would get. So there's definitely the argument to go maximum resource. I've just found it easier to get increased skill ranks. So I'm probably missing out just because I haven't gone max resource here. Now that I think about it, I'm probably missing out somewhere around like 30 or maybe even like 40% total damage. And that's before we start talking about the mythics that I don't have for the build. And I realize I'm currently wearing 3 mythics. I'm literally missing the 2 that give you the most damage. These 2 mythics alone and not having them is maybe like 3x my damage. That's how insanely powerful items are when their numbers are this big and get increased by 30%. This is probably going to be the weirdest inclusion on the build that you wouldn't expect. Calamity Aspect makes it so that per stack of Hex, you gain critical strike chance against that target. The only way that we can gain Hex is through Sigil of Subversion. Monsters inside of the Sigil will have 3 stacks of Hex on them, meaning an additional 60% crit chance. So here, you'll notice that my base crit chance is only 24%. With that up, it's 84%, which is more than good enough. But that being said, you would actually like to have enough greater affix critical strike chance rolls across your gear to not have to use this at all. If you weren't using this, you would be using Moonrise instead as an easy auto include. And you may go, why aren't you using Moonrise? The bonus from Moonrise seems to be just slightly worse if you're already going to be at attack speed cap, which with my gear, I am already going to be, along with Variana and the 25% from my charms. But that being said, if you're not at attack speed cap, 100%, then you would absolutely want to have Moonrise here. Both of your rings are going to want to have additional critical strike damage multiplier, vulnerable damage multiplier, physical damage multiplier, and then maximum life. Remember that Metamorphosis is going to scale our damage according to our maximum life. So that's a pretty huge get, and the added benefit of the survivability is pretty nice. We already went over the charms. Typically, you're going to be running We already went over the nuance of the charms, but the charms itself, you want to be using Horizon's Chains and Nameless once you have a Diamond Mind. Before you have a Diamond Mind, you're going to be using Horizon's Chains on a Legendary Seal, and there's a couple different options that you could go with for your unique charm. Most notably, Rust-Bitten Dirk is very important because the single target damage of this build is its weakest point. So that's the best way to be able to shore up that difference. Now again, the setup that I'm using right here would be for pit pushing. That's a really important thing to recognize. So a skill tree for generalized farming is not going to be nearly as tight as this and is going to have more mobility. But if you're trying to get into the pit, let's go ahead and look at it. For Command Fallen, you want to be using the increased damage per demon in actually the dominance generation. You may say, of course, you want to be increasing the additional damage here. The Command Fallen isn't alive for long enough. It explodes, right? Like it runs off and it explodes. So this is basically useless. And this is how we're constantly generating our dominance that we need. Down here, we're using Tortured Wretch along with Punching Bag. Again, if you had 5 of these up on the field, you are going to absorb 150% of your maximum damage before any of that damage comes at you. And then when they die off, they explode for a huge amount of damage. We want to be reducing their cost, and we want to make their duration increase for demons killed close to them. Because we have the Prid rune, we can trigger Dark Prison for free. This will get you free Weaken, free Fortify, and also reduce incoming damage from outside of your Dark Prison, and not only that, slow enemies within it. Again, you're going to see that we're using 2 different sigils here. Hellworm. The Sigil of Summons is going to increase all your lesser demon skill damage, so that's itself, as well as your base Command Fallen. You're also going to increase its amount of damage. Sure, it takes 25% more kills. We are killing off a whole lot of Fallen per second, so this will be activated immediately. And then you're using Hellworm. Again, skill ranks here do not matter because it doesn't increase the damage of the Hellworm itself, as that doesn't really have any impact. Sigil of Subversion, it's important to use Seekers. I was originally trying to not use Seekers, but when you are pit pushing, you're going to be fighting for long enough that you're basically going to be sitting on top of your Sigil. And this is a really good way to be able to pull all those monsters who are ranged attacking in, because when the Shadow Chails shoot out, they will teleport them into the middle of the Sigil. You're also going to gain movement speed by moving down its trails, and then you're also going to be slowing enemies in the trails. Last but not least, Metamorphosis. You can ignore all of this. All it basically says is that you keep demon form up 100% of the time, as long as you don't become injured. Add on to that, we're going to be scaling our additional damage per our maximum life, and we're going to reduce our dominance costs. On my character right now, I have a whopping 66,000 maximum life, and we have a base maximum life of about 2,000. So this is a 64% damage multiplier for me, and I am missing a ton of additional life that you could have. For the Paragon, we're going to be using Demonologist in the starter board here. We are building into Demonic Spicules, and we're using Death Aura. The reason why we're using Death Aura is not only is it a survivability tool, but it's going to increase rare nodes, and that's going to get us more maximum wrath from our advantage node. And I just realized I don't even have enough strength to get my second board bonuses. Geez, I need to go sanctify my gear. This would actually be a huge amount, an additional 17 maximum wrath on my character right now. There's another glyph, Unbound, which if you're not using the double sigil setup, you can fit in Bombardment, and you can use Unbound. It would just require you to cast Bombardment every once in a while, and Unbound would net you more total wrath than this one is currently. We also have multiple places to be able to get either Wrath or Dominance, so we would love to be using another glyph like that. Most notably here in Dynamism, Demonology skills will deal increased damage per our Dominance. We are currently at 45 Dominance, so this node is a 135% damage multiplier, or 2.35, which is insane. That's why you don't want to be spam casting your Tortured Wretch, because when you lose out on Dominance, you lose out on that damage scaler. You only want to spam cast this if you're going to die, otherwise only really cast it when you get the free cast, or if a particularly spicy monster walks up, cast it 2 or 3 times. Because we're putting Vanguard, huge damage multiplier for being close to enemies, which we are all the time. Then building over into Fathomless, here's where we're going to be putting Eliminator. Eliminator is a great way to be able to pick up additional dex and strength that you may need to be able to Eliminator is a great place to be able to pick up additional strength and dexterity that you may need to be able to hit your additional bonuses, so don't sleep on using that there. And then finally in Dominion, we have a huge amount of a maximum dominance to be able to pick up here. And then this is where we're going to be putting in Eldritch Sight. We don't really care about a lot of these magic nodes around here, so that's why you're not going to see a lot of people recommending picking it up. This is just a huge multi for hitting a target that's going to be vulnerable, which will be all the time. As far as the skill rotation, especially here on the pit push, you want to make sure that you have demon form up. You want to make sure that, especially at the start, you just kind of drop a sigil right away. That's going to start netting you additional damage reduction as the ritual moves forward. And then when you walk up to an enemy, I like to engage with the Tortured Wretch just to know that I'll be safe. Spit out some Agron Babies at him, so we have a bunch of demons to be able to grant us unstoppable. Drop our Sigil of Summons. and then just lay into them. Just absolutely smoke them here right in the circle. Make sure to recast your ritual. Make sure to recast your sigils whenever they're up so that these shadow trails will go randomly pull monsters in for you, like they just did right there. Can't even edit that. That's hilarious. And basically, you just cast a skill whenever it's off cooldown, making sure to keep up your dominance, making sure to keep up your wrath. And then if you ever were to become injured, make sure that you kind of check to see whether or not your demon form's up and recast Metamorphosis to bring it back up if you need to. You are very tanky with Tortured Wretch, so it's not uncommon to accidentally drop down to injured and then not realize that your demon form isn't up, and a lot of your damage comes from demon form. You will notice the loss of damage, so just make sure that you have that up whenever possible. And now, just because I do think that's interesting, I did mess around with using Fecund Seal because the increased damage to our Sigil of Summons, which does 60% of our damage and has a 2.17 multi on it, meaning that it's roughly a 41% increase to our damage. Dropping this on as well does outperform an aspect if you permanently have Ritual of Summon, if you permanently have Sigil of Summons directly underneath you. Now, I found that there were just some times where either it wasn't able to do enough damage in a pack, where this wasn't technically actually a 14% increase in damage. But funnily enough, against a single target, it would be. There's just no other way around it. I did mess around with it. It is interesting. It is technically better single target damage. It is fairly worse multi-target damage, just because it turns out that the additional little fanatics that are spitting out are important. The last interesting thing to note is you may notice that my tooltip says that I have 1300 command fallen damage. The tooltip is wrong here. It adds double your skill ranks from gear as if it's scaling at that rate, when it really isn't. Mine is actually closer to about 900% increased damage. So just keep that in mind. The tooltip is lying, in addition to the tooltip typically lying, which is very funny, but it is true. Now, I do have a build planner linked down in the description below, as well as in the pinned comment. So if you want to check out this build, you absolutely can. Again, I'm going to be sending this off to Djos just so that he can, at the very least, increase the quality or maybe add a push variant to the build. That may take a day or two, so don't be too confused. Use the planner right here if you'd like to. And let me know what you think. Also, if you wouldn't mind, you made it all the way to this point, you absolute bananas, man, you. Can you please go ahead and subscribe to the channel? I would really appreciate it. It would mean the world to me. Commenting, liking the video, sharing it even with your friends is some of the best ways that you can help the channel grow. Sadly, this season, not a lot of people are watching Warlock content, but I am still trying to bring it to people who know that they can come to me for that type of content. And at this point, I'm probably done testing most of the builds. I'm going to be moving on to the Necromancer. So if you don't want to miss out on that, click the button. I promise it'll be worth your time. That's enough of me shilling for myself, though. Thank you so much for watching this video. I truly hope that it helps, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Okay. This is the story of a girl. This is a Lunatic Guide. This is 128 clear. And now we make the planner. Okay. Cage of Madness. In addition to that, we'll have willpower. We will have maximum life. In my calculations, I forgot fucking horizons. That's why resource is so important. I can do the math there too, though, right? This is equal to 214 multiplied by 0.97. Is equal to 234 multiplied by 0.97. Is equal to a 3.2698 divided by 3.0758. So it's equal to this, basically squared. So it's close to a 13% damage increase over the skill rank. Well, no, it's the difference of this equals this, basically divided by this. Of course, that's the same fucking number. It's about a 6% increase. Yeah. Okay. Resource. Some resource, temporary life. I go grid. It's so funny to me. Everybody was like, man, nobody's going to be using Pred anymore because of uptime. And I'm like, we're actually using it on every single build. It's actually crazy how much we're using it. Will, life, resource. Life, okay. Igni K is fine. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. These are pain gorgers. This would be crits. Something like that. Temperon crit. Now we could just do demonology. I'm booping it. Tibalts. Will armor. Command. Fallen. This is life. This is Saphire. Saphire. This is Wrath, movement speed, life, willpower, movement speed. I'm gonna recommend sadistic here. Weapon damage. This is life. Crit. Life. Then this one is Lesser Demon. And this is Diamonds Are Forever. Soul Loop with life. Attack speed. Crit. Crit. Temperon Demon. This one is Moonrise. Okay, Diamonds Are Forever. And a second one is this. Calamity. Just so it matches what they saw. Diamond Mind. You would like this to say Wrath. Like for this to say Crit. Like for this to say Horizons. Dominance gen, sure. You would like for this to be Horizon. Horizon, resource, and fire. Fire res. It's fire res. This max some resource lightning res. Maximum resource. Lightning. Be nameless. Resource. And poison red. I forgot about the double dip. What can you do? What can you do? That, 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 that. This, boop, 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 boop. Yeah. This, this. Blah, 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 blah. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Demonologist. Uh, this is Icker. No, this is the other one. Death Aura. Dynamism. Okay. This one was kind of doesn't matter. Vanguard. Um, this one is Eldritch Sight. And last but not least, Fathomless. Boop, boop. What are we running here? Eliminator? Eliminator. Eliminator. Okay, so now that we're here, let's go pick up a bunch of stuff that we otherwise wouldn't pick up normally. We don't care about any of that.